Good morning, good morning. Time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. All unauthorized personnel, please exit the chamber at this time. I recognize the senator from the 6th. Reading of the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President. Happy March 27th to you. You look very nice today. I like that tie.
I appreciate that, Senator.
You
looking pretty grown up too today.
Yeah, you look very professional. I'm proud of you. Come a long way. Mr. President, we got a great...
If they only knew it was back in our University of Georgia
Well, you
days,
always dress nice, though, you know? Just always acted like you belonged.
All right, let's go on.
All right, Mr. President, we got a great list of pages today that have traveled to the state capitol from all over this great state. Out of Decula, I have Sisters Addison and Isabella Adkins. Out of Atlanta, Nuna Adavor. Out of Dunwoody, Elizabeth Becerra. Out of Atlanta, Samantha Boakie. Out of Fairburn, Gloria Budowin. Out of Locust Grove, Turner Breedlove. Out of Jonesboro, Skylar Cody. Out of Broxton, we have a set of twins in Eli and Seth Hope. Out of Marietta, Molly Johnson. Out of Sewanee, Candace Luo. Out of McDonough, we have brother and sister Nate and Naya Malbrew. Out of Marietta, we have brother and sister Jackson and Aniston McCoy. Out of Douglas, Johanna Merritt. From Decatur, Layla Mims. From Locust Grove, Ella Parker. From Jonesboro, Oshemyemi Perry. From Riverdale, Caius Rogers. From Nichols, Camden Roundtree. From Atlanta, Sophie Sanders. And from Evans, last but not least, we have Tinley Tapley. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. Appreciate y'all being here to help us do the people's business in the Georgia State Senate. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right, thank you, Senator. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and references to Senate bills and resolutions. Secretary?
Senate Bill 356 by Senator Anna Vitarte, the 31st. Bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Bulk
State
County.
and local government.
Senate Bill 357 by Senator Harrell, the 40th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to...
Ethics.
Senate Bill 358 by Senator Jones of the 10th and others.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 359 by Senator Jones of the 10th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to provide for the new Board of Commissioners of Henry County, approved March 28, 1974, as amended to revise...
State and local government.
Senate Bill 360 by Senator Harrell, the 40th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 49.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 361 by Senator Brass, the 6th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6, Chapter 3, Title 44, the official...
Rules.
Senate Resolution 463 by Senator Gooch, the 51st. Senate Resolution 454 by Senator Beach of the 21st and others. A resolution recognizing Mr. Kerry Williams Jr. and dedicating a road in his honor and for other purposes.
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 463 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others. A resolution honoring the life of Trooper Chase Winston Redner. And
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 474 by Senator Orca the 36th and others. A resolution creating a Senate study committee on higher education affordability and for other purposes.
Rules.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to suspend Senate Rule 3-3.1, Paragraph A, to allow for the reading and the assignment of an appointment to the Judicial Legal Defense Fund Commission.
Is there objection? Secretary, read the caption.
Mr. President, the Senate has received a communication from the President of the Council of Superior Court Judges of Georgia requesting that the Senate confirm the appointment of Judge Chris Hughes to the Judicial Legal Defense Fund Commission. This communication has been placed on each senator's desk. Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right. Without objection, that bill will be assigned to a committee on assignments. First reading references to House bills.
House Bill 747 by Representative Cummings of the 39th and others, bills being titled an act to amend an act creating the State Court of Cobb County, approved March 26, 1964, as amended so as to change the compensation of judges of the State Court of Cobb County to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes.
State and local government.
House Bill 755 by Representative Bollinger of the 23rd and others, bills being titled an act to authorize the governing authority of Cherokee County to levy.
State and local government.
House Bill 758 by Representative Mathiak of the
State and local government.
House Bill 759 by Representative Campbell of the 135th and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 760 by Representative Staines of the 180th and others, bills being titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Glynn County, approved February 11, 1937, as amended, particularly by an act approved April 13, 2001, so as to change the annual salary of the chairperson and members of the board, to provide for withholding of compensation for certain meeting absences, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes.
State and local government.
House Bill 761 by Representative Clark of the 108th and others, bills being titled an act.
State and local government.
House Bill 762 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd and
State and
others.
local government.
House Bill 763 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, bills being titled an act to create and establish the Richard Hill Bryan County Airport Authority.
State and local government.
House Bill 764 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, the bill to be
State and
entitled.
local government.
House Bill 766 by Representative Shokas of the 151st, the bill to be entitled an act to create and establish.
State and local government.
House Bill 771 by Representative Thomas of the 21st and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for a homestead
State and
exemption.
local government.
House Bill 782 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 783 by Representative Richardson of the 125th and others, bill to be entitled an act to provide a
State and
homestead.
local government.
House Bill 784 by Representative Richardson of the 125th and others, bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Columbia County.
State and local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right. Secretary Reed reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Appropriations has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 68, due passed by substitute, respectfully submitted, Senator Tillery, the 19th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 14, due passed by substitute, respectfully submitted, Senator Beach, the 21st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 37, due passed by substitute. House Bill 200, due passed by substitute. House Bill 451, due passed, respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 214, due passed by committee substitute, respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 11th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 52, due passed by substitute. House Bill 136, due passed by substitute. House Bill 186, due passed by substitute. House Bill 370, due passed by substitute. House Bill 532, due passed, respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 56, due passed. House Bill 150, due passed by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District, Vice Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 123, due passed by substitute. House Bill 171, due passed by substitute. House Bill 179, due passed by substitute. House Bill 304, due passed by substitute. House Bill 358, due passed. House Bill 430, due passed. House Bill 460, due passed. House Bill 531, due passed by substitute. House Bill 627, due passed, respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 340 do pass, Senate Bill 344 do pass, Senate Bill 345 do pass, Senate Bill 347 do pass, Senate Bill 348 do pass, Senate Bill 349 do pass, Senate Bill 350 do pass, Senate Bill 351 do pass, Senate Bill 355 do pass, House Bill 157 do pass, House Bill 625 do pass, House Bill 737 do pass, House Bill 739 do pass, House Bill 742 do pass, House Bill 741 do pass, House Bill 743 do pass, House Bill 744 do pass, House Bill 685 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 244 do pass, House Bill 521 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 224 do pass, House Bill 339 do pass, House Bill 638 do pass, House Resolution 7 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 214 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, and others, elections and primaries, electors to cast physical absentee on request ballots as an alternative to using other authorized means of casting in-person votes, authorized. House Bill 14, Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others, state symbols, corporate, its official state bread, designate. House Bill 37 by Representative Leverett, the 123rd, and others, education require local school systems to notify employees regarding Social Security withholdings and eligibility for certain benefits. House Bill 52 by Representative Rice, the 139th, and others, ad valorem tax, qualified disabled veterans, extend homestead exemption to unremarried surviving spouses or minor children. House Bill 56 by Representative Petrie, the 166, and others. Education grants to spouses of law enforcement officers, firefighters, and prison guards who are killed or permanently disabled in the line of duty provide. House Bill 61 by Representative Seabaugh, the 34th, and others. Motor vehicles, issuance of separate license plates for hearses and ambulances provide. House Bill 68 by Representative Burns, the 159th, and others. General appropriations, state fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. House Bill 123, Representative Worcestershire, 157th, and others. Criminal procedure, pretrial proceedings, and capital offense cases where the death penalty is sought when the accused has an intellectual disability provide. House Bill 129, Representative Cannon, 172nd, and others. Ad valorem tax, modify conservation use property, remove a limitation on leased property as to certain entities. House Bill 136, Representative Newton, the 127th, and others. Income tax contributions to foster child support organizations, expand tax credit. House Bill 147, Representative Thomas, the 21st, and others. Georgia Technology Authority, annual inventory of artificial intelligence usage by state agencies provide. House Bill 150, Representative Fleming, the 114th, and others. Combating threats from China Act of 2025, Higher Education Enact. House Bill 171, Representative Thomas, the 21st, and others. Crimes and offenses, obscenity, repeal and place code section 16-12-80. House Bill 179, Representative Smith, the 18th, and others. Appellate practice, digital recording of certain trial proceedings provide. House Bill 186, Representative Ridley, the 22nd, and others. Revenue taxation, eliminate title ad valorem tax fee requirement for certain inherited vehicles. House Bill 200 by Representative Bazemore, the 69th, and others. State Board of Education establish a 3-year pilot immersive writing program for eligible public elementary schools provide. House Bill 224, Representative Bonner, the 73rd, and others. Highways, bridges, and ferries, construction or maintenance of roads upon military bases or installations paid for by the United States Department of Defense or other entities authorized. House Bill 244, Representative Cannon, the 172nd, and others. State auditor, local governments to request and receive in certain circumstances due date extensions related to filing annual audits provide. House Bill 279, Representative Anderson, the 10th, and others. Ad valorem tax define multi-purpose off-highway vehicle provisions. House Bill 304, Representative Yarsta, the 152nd, and others. Local government, Georgia Municipal Court Clerks Council create. House Bill 308, Representative Clifton, the 131st, and others. Motor vehicles, operation of a miniature on-road vehicles on certain highways provide. House Bill 339, Representative Leverett, the 123rd, and others. Motor vehicles, exempt rideshare drivers or rideshare network services from definition of motor carrier. House Bill 358, Representative Smith, the 138th, and others. Agriculture prohibiting acquisition of possessory interest in certain land by certain foreign persons and entities provide for a definition. House Bill 370, Representative Gaines, the 120th, and others. Ad valorem tax, school districts, statewide base year homestead exemptions provisions. House Bill 430, Representative Saines, the 180th, and others. Sexual Offender Risk Review Board, venue for certain petitions regarding state sexual offender registry provide. House Bill 451, Representative Cannell, 172nd, and others. Quality Basic Education Act, local board shall be authorized to provide instruction in hunting safety in grades 6 through 12 provide. House Bill 460, Representative Panish, of the 51st, and others. Evidence excludes certain communications made between attorney and client when client is in a penal institution. House Bill 521, Representative Anderson of the 10th and others. Local government de-annexation of certain properties to revise procedures. House Bill 531, Representative Reeves of the 9th and others. Appeal and error certain appellate procedures regarding the denial of sovereign and other immunity available to state or a city or county in the state provide. House Bill 532, Representative Deloche of the 167th. Conservation and natural resources, grants and special revenue disbursements, revised provisions. House Bill 627, Representative Persinger, the 119th and others, courts, juvenile proceedings, use of deadly weapon, revised provision. House Bill 638, Representative Silcox of the 53rd and others. MARTA prohibits stopping or parking of a motor vehicle other than the transit vehicle in a designated transit vehicle lane in the city of Atlanta. House Resolution 7 by Representative Campbell, the 171st. George C. Trulock Jr. Memorial Highway, Grady County, dedicated. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. Ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 26th, 27th, 36th, and 39th, and the 10th for business inside the Capitol.
All right, so Senators 26, 27, 36, 39th, and the 10th.
Yes, sir.
Without objection, those senators are excused. Recognize Senator from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 52nd and 54th for business inside the Capitol.
52nd and 54th. Without objection, the senators are excused. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 30th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 30th is excused. Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for our morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeeper secure the chamber at this time. Now recognize the senator from the 43rd to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and introduce our chaplain of the day. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Georgia flag. Pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, principles which sustain freedom, justice, moderation, and justice. Good morning. I am here to present our very capable chaplain of the day, Pastor Eric Wendell Lee Sr. He has a litany of accomplishments and experiences from various disciplines and fields. He's a graduate of Morehouse College, Pastor Lee earned a Bachelor of Arts with honors in history and was thereafter deemed at Vanderbilt University Divinity School, Nashville, Tennessee, as their Kelly Smith Scholar. Deeply affected by the plight of the poor and disheartened, Pastor Lee concentrated in ethics, religion, and society at Vanderbilt, receiving honors for his senior project. During this time, he served as a radio talk show host at Fisk University and labored with the Nashville city government in workforce development. Pastor Lee also worked as professional child advocate in Indianapolis, Indiana, and in Atlanta, Georgia. Subsequent to receiving the Master of Divinity degree, on March the 10th, 1996, Pastor Lee was ordained into the Christian ministry on May 11th. Thereafter, he continued in pursuit of the mark for the prize of the high calling in Christ Jesus via youth ministry, music ministry, and the preached word. In July 1994, Pastor Lee joined the former Meek L. John in lifelong matrimony. The Lord has blessed their union with 4 beautiful children: Eric Wendell Lee II, Elizabeth Wonder Lee, Emmanuel Warwick Lee, Ellis Winton Lee. See how the EWLs? Pastor Lee has served as a board member for several community organizations that include Hands on Newton, One Voice of Newton County, Equity Council of Rockdale Public School System, Newton County Tomorrow, Impact, United Rockdale Summit, Lighthouse Village of Rockdale County, and Rockdale County United Way. Pastor Lee and his wife are 2007 graduates of Leadership Georgia. In 2008, Pastor was recognized by the Atlanta Business Chronicle as one of Atlanta's 100 most influential pastors. That same year, he was honored by the 14th Annual Gospel Choice Awards as a 2008 chosen pastor. Pastor Lee is a lifetime member of the Morehouse College National Alumni Association, joined the Executive Council of the Hampton University Ministers Conference. Understanding the necessity of education and preparation, Pastor Lee returned to the Academy as a Doctorate of Ministry candidate in the Redemptive Leadership track at Gordon Conwell Theological School. I present to you the Reverend Dr. Eric Wendell Lee Sr., pastor of Springfield Baptist Church, Conyers, Georgia.
It is an honor to address you on this occasion, and I certainly want to make the most of our time leading in the last days. We're in the home stretch of the Georgia General Assembly of 2025. We've got about a week left, and I hope and pray to give you something to think about, to meditate on for your prayerful consideration during your last days. March the 27th is the 160th anniversary of a convocation, a meeting between President Abraham Lincoln, General Ulysses Grant, Rear Admiral David Dixon Porter, General William Sherman, who just months earlier burned down Atlanta. They met at City Point, Virginia, to strategize on how to end the Civil War, how to end the conflict between the states. And as a proud descendant of the South and as a proud descendant of the formerly enslaved, it's interesting to consider that only about 24% of Southerners owned slaves. The vast majority, 76%, did not, and the vast majority were too poor to afford slaves. And somehow, poor, uneducated Southerners fought and died for the right to own something that they could not afford. This was a rich man's war fought by America's poorest and least educated. There was a convocation 160 years ago today to end that war. And then just 13 days later, General Robert E. Lee on April the 9th, 160 years ago, surrendered at Appomattox. The meeting from 13 days later led to the capitulation 13 days afterwards. Then just 6 days later, there was an assassination. The 16th president became the first president assassinated on April the 15th. Abraham Lincoln spent his last days trying to end a war that claimed the lives of 750,000 soldiers. What's interesting is that the 160th anniversary of Lincoln's last days is during this year's Holy Week. Holy Week 2025 is not only an invitation to remember the last days of Lincoln's leadership, but it's an invitation to remember the last days of Jesus' leadership. The assassination of President Lincoln will be remembered on April the 15th. On April the 18th, we will remember the execution of Jesus of Nazareth. But then on April the 20th, we will remember the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. I noticed in coming here today that you just got new Bibles as you entered this building today. Spoiler alert, your new book resolves at resurrection. How are you going to spend your last days in the Georgia General Assembly of 2025? Exploitation, assassination, execution, or resurrection? Making war or ending war? Helping or hurting? Being a burden or being a blessing? Jesus is the proof that you can change the world in your last days. So walk together, children. Don't you get weary. There is a great camp meeting in the promised land. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home. God, we submit ourselves as your servants in this day. May we surrender to the love of Christ. May we surrender to the one who laid down his life that we might live more abundantly. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
It is always a pleasure to have our doctors of the day, all the physicians that come down here and donate their time and resources and skills to the Capitol. We're always greatly appreciated. And to introduce that will wake you up. Introduce our special guest. Our doctor of the day is Senator from the 21st. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to introduce Dr. Jeff Stone. He lives in my district in Canton, and Dr. Stone graduated from Bucknell University. Then he went to medical school at St. George University, and then he decided he wanted to also be a businessman, so he got an MBA from Georgia State University, the J. Mac Robinson School of Business. And he's really changing medicine. He's part of a group that owns 53 clinics to where they can provide quality and affordable health care. And he's really making inroads to make sure everybody can get to access to, again, good quality health care. So with that, I want to thank him for being down here for Doctor of the Day and introduce Dr. Jeff Stone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Beach. It only makes sense that you introduce me and to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and genuine thanks for the passionate, hardworking people such as yourselves and serving the greatest state of the greatest country in the world. We all share one thing in common, and that is we're all patients. So I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that maybe the most sacred part of that is the time-honored and part of medicine, maybe the most effective part of medicine, and that is the doctor-patient relationship. I don't need to remind you, but to implore, maybe if I must, that we've all been in that position where either a pharmaceutical company makes something that's just not affordable, or a payer won't pay and you have to pre-certify, and God forbid, something of a legislative mandate that may get in the way of anything. So keep that in mind to preserve and protect that as you work through your days here. And once again, thank you for helping to preserve and protect that sacred right. But thank you more for your dedication and your service to the great people of the great state of this great country. Again, thank you very much and have a great day.
We have some very special guests from Lowndes County here with us today. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 327 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Lowndes County on its occasion of its bicentennial and for other purposes. Whereas Lowndes County was created by an act of the Georgia General Assembly on December 23, 1825, marking 200 years of rich history and progress. And whereas today Lowndes County is home to a thriving population of approximately 120,700 residents and serves as a regional hub for economic growth and vitality. whereas Lowndes County is home to Moody Air Force Base, which plays a critical role in national defense and local economy, and whereas the municipalities of Lowndes County, including Valdosta, Hayhira, Dasher, Lake Park, and Bremerton, contribute to the county's diverse and vibrant community, that therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Lowndes County on this occasion of its bicentennial and extend best wishes for continued prosperity and success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 8th.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor for me to have my friends from Lowndes County here. 200 years since the founding of Lowndes County. I've also asked for my son, JR, to come up here because JR's 5th great-grandfather was actually one of the first county commissioners, and I've always thought he was the first legislator to represent Lowndes County, but he was the second after I researched it this weekend. So for me to be representing Lowndes County 200 years later, it's a pretty special thing, and just thank you, Mr. Governor, for allowing us to do this, and to members of the chamber. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask my good friend Chairman Bill Slaughter to say a few words.
Thank you, Russ. I want to just tell everyone just how much we appreciate the heavy lifting that this body did for not only Lowndes County, but the South Georgia area. As you know, of course, we were devastated by hurricanes. Within 13 months, we had some localized flooding. We had 2 hurricanes, straight line winds that just did a tremendous amount of damage to South Georgia. The agricultural industry, the timber industry, there was no one that was left untouched. But with the help from this body right here, we're beginning to get back to where we need to be. So again, I just want to thank you. It's a great opportunity to come before you. It is our 200th bicentennial. We'll be having a lot of celebrations in Lowndes County. So if you have your opportunity to get down there, come down and just take a few minutes and enjoy our community. You'll be more than welcome. And again, thank y'all very, very much for what y'all done for South Georgia through these disasters that we've had to deal with. So thank you.
We got some very special people from North Georgia with us today. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 443 by Senator Gooch to the 51st, and others, resolution commending Camp Glisten upon its 100th anniversary and for other purposes. Whereas in 1925, in an effort to find a new location for a summer camp, Reverend E.D. Hale and Reverend H.L. Bird arranged to use 4 dirt floor cabins in an open picnic shelter on 2 acres owned by the Dahlonega Chamber of Commerce located north of town near Cane Creek Falls. And whereas the first summer camp's attendance of 26 campers has grown to over 3,200 summer campers and nearly 12,000 annual guests, the 4 original cabins have expanded to over 420 year-round beds, and the 2 acres of leased property have grown to 380 acres owned by Glisten. And whereas the North Georgia Conference of the United Methodist Church has been committed to the impact of decades of Gleason's campers who have practiced loving God and loving their neighbor, becoming better, more capable citizens, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Camp Glisten upon its 100th anniversary for its contributions to the church and society, through the strengthening of the Christian character and servant leadership capacity of countless children, youth, and young adults. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the majority leader. Speak to the resolution.
All righty. Good morning, Senators. It's a great day to be in the state capitol to bring some friends from my district. Today we recognize 100 years of Camp Glisten. What began in 1925 with 4 dirt floor cabins and just 26 campers has grown into one of Georgia's most beloved institutions of faith and community, serving over 3,200 summer campers and 12,000 annual guests every year on 380 beautiful acres near downtown Dahlonega. For a century now, Camp Glisten has embodied the message to love God and love their neighbor, words that have guided generations of campers in their growth and their leadership. This is more than just a summer camp. It's a sacred place where lifelong friendships are formed, where marriages begin, and where young people find their place in the family of faith. The camp has been a Dahlonega hallmark. For centuries, it was a gathering place for indigenous people. At one time, it even powered the city of Dahlonega's towering iron water wheel. And today, it remains a source of reflection, inspiration, and awe for campers and guests alike. On behalf of the Georgia Senate, and as someone deeply proud of what this organization represents, thank you, Camp Glisten, for the impact you are making to many, many Georgians' lives. I want to especially thank the guests that are here with me today. Standing behind me is Executive Director Russell Davis, Board Chairman Reverend Bill Martin, Board Member Bill Hardman, Co-Chairs of the 100th Anniversary Steering Committee, Lee Highsmith and Katie Horn. Thank you for the rest of the board, staff, volunteers, and everyone who has shaped Glisten's story over the past century. May the next 100 years be filled with even more joy, more growth, and more young people sent out into the world ready to depart to serve. Senators, please welcome to the podium Executive Director Russell Davis.
Thank you. Senator Gooch, Lieutenant Governor Jones, and members of the Senate, we appreciate this honor, and on behalf of the United Methodists of North Georgia and our bishop, we thank you for the opportunity to celebrate this 100th anniversary. We look forward to continuing to serve all of Georgia's children, youth, and young adults in building relationships, in deepening their Christian character, in growing their ability to have servant leadership, and to helping to develop new generations for the next 100 years. Thank you for this honor today.
Senators, if you or anyone in your family has ever been to Camp Glisten for a camp or whatever visit, come on up and take a picture with us. Please join us.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 200 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, resolution recognizing and commending HOPE AACR, Animal Assisted Crisis Response for other purposes. Whereas consisting of highly trained handlers and crisis response canines, HOPE AACR teams are prepared to support mental health professionals on location and adapt to unpredictable situations, often deploying on short notice. And whereas in the aftermath of Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton, HOPE AACR response teams deployed to Florida State Operations Center in Tallahassee supported staff working on the FEMA Region 4 Regional Response Coordination Center in Atlanta and assisted impacted communities in South Georgia. And whereas in 2024 alone, HOPE AACR's Southeast region logged close to 150 volunteer hours and engaged in 1,200 meaningful interactions with Georgia disaster victims. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend the volunteers and canines of HOPE AACR Animal Assisted Crisis Response for their dedicated, effective, and selfless service on behalf of those in need, as well as extend best wishes for continued success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize Senator from the 32nd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we're excited to welcome members of the HOPE Animal Assisted Crisis Response Team to the Georgia Senate. They're a national nonprofit and they pair highly trained handlers with trained crisis response canines. And they've been doing this for 25 years. So today we've got members of HOPE's Southeast region. We've got Sweet Pea and her handler, Melanie Dallas, who many of you also know as CEO of the Highland Rivers Behavioral Health, and she lives in Pickens County. Oliver and his handler, Dave Thomas from Coweta County, and Roby and his handler, Tammy McGill from Gwinnett County, as well as Mila Mitchell, HOPE Area Coordinator of the Southeast region who lives in DeKalb County. The mission of the organization is to provide comfort and encouragement to individuals affected by disasters and crises by providing animal-assisted support. In 2024, the HOPE team from the Southeast logged close to 150 hours and engaged in 1,200 interactions with Georgia disaster victims. They're prepared to support our communities on location, and they often deploy on very short notice. These teams are extensively trained in incident command, first aid and CPR for humans and canines, emotional first aid, and trauma recognition. And they work alongside local and national response agencies such as FEMA and the American Red Cross. Ways that the HOPE teams can help you: they can do death notifications, they can respond to traumatic events that affect schools, structure fires, suicides, multi-casualty events, emergency rooms, and many other things. So I hope that you all will welcome our emotional support animals today, and I'm going to ask Melanie Dallas to come and say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. It is a true honor to be here, and we are so grateful for this recognition. It's also a privilege that we have to serve Georgians all over the state who are affected by disaster. Some of the things that you may have heard about that have happened in our communities are places that we've actually deployed to. We were at the Appalachia high school shooting. We actually had an extended time where we actually supported the school system and families in that sense. We have actually been embedded with the Coast Guard. We do yellow ribbon campaigns with the National Guard. We have responded to suicide deaths actually recently to support staff that have been impacted. Law enforcement, line of duty deaths, and even recently we had 42 teams nationally that deployed to California to support what was happening based on the California fires. So again, it is a privilege that we have to support Georgians affected by disaster, and if you know of a disaster in your area, we've got some information with Senator Kirkpatrick. You can look us up, hopeaacr.org. Feel free to call us if you feel like there's a need in your community. Again, thank you. We are sincerely grateful to be honored here today by the Senate.
All right, good job, good job. We've got a special guest. You know, I've always got a soft spot for old high school football coaches, and we've got a good one here today. So we've got a late arriving resolution. Secretary, please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 358 by Senator Lucas the 26th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Alvin J. Copeland and for other purposes. Whereas Alvin J. Copeland has dedicated 47 years of service to the field of education and athletics, shaping the lives of countless students as a teacher, coach, and mentor, and whereas he joined Northeast High School in Macon, Georgia in 1970, where he taught health and physical education until 2000, served as department chairman from 1973 to 2000, and worked as athletic director and head coach for cross country, girls basketball, and girls and boys track and field until his retirement in 2011. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that this distinguished individual be appropriately honored during this special time, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Alvin J. Copeland for his extraordinary career in education and athletics, honor his lasting contributions to student athletics across Georgia, and extend best wishes for future health and happiness. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize Senator from the 26th. Speak to the resolution.
If the senator from the 46 will join me while he's in conversation. I was hoping the majority leader was here and the president pro tem. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to introduce a man that did what we all ask coaches to do in preparing young folks to go out into the world. I'm going to introduce you I had the football team up here the other day. I'm going to introduce you the former athletic director at that school. He's a Hall of Fame coach, not in the Hall of Fame. But you know, it's HELL to win one state championship. This gentleman won 14 state championships at the high school that he was at. And so it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce a friend of mine who went to Fort Valley State, because I didn't get a chance to play against him because I was a lot younger than he is. But he's been a long-time friend. I would like for you to meet Alvin Copeland, former athletic director at Northeast High School, who coached at Northeast High School and won 14 state championships. And I just wanted to bring him here because I call him a Hall of Fame coach. Majority Leader. I'd like to introduce to you all my friend, former athletic director and coach at Northeast High School, Alvin Copeland.
I'd like to thank you very much, Senator Lucas. I did not do all that by myself. Coach Lucas worked on our staff too, so he was helping getting all that kind of stuff done. And it wasn't in just one sport. We did it in different sports, girls basketball, boys track and field, and they were just good kids, and I just love them to death. And the thing that we have to do is to try to get in kids' head and let them know what life is about and what you need to do to be successful. They see me now and always talking about things that I made them do. And of course, I didn't really have to make them do it, but they wanted to do it anyway. Little things that happen with us, and I'll just tell you this. One night we came to Atlanta to play basketball, And we won the game, but we played like crap. So when we got back to the school, I told them, okay, well, I tell you all what, call your parents because we're going to practice tonight. It was about 11 o'clock, so we got back. So they all went, man, Coach must be crazy. I hear mumbling that. I said, yeah, you think I'm crazy. Well, what happened was I made them all dress and come sit in the center of the floor. They all sat down, and I got right in the middle of the circle, and I talked for about 10 minutes. I said, okay, get your stuff on and go home to your parents. They looked, but now that turned in, Coach made us play basketball 11 o'clock at night. And that is far from the truth, but they love to tell that. But I want to thank Coach Lucas for seeing fit to honor me with this kind of award. And I want to thank all the people here who got a chance to see me everywhere I go. Folk telling me I better not do anything because everybody know me. I said, no, that's not true. They don't know me everywhere. But I want to thank God for all that He has done for me. And again, I couldn't have done this by myself. Had to have great coaches with me. Thank you.
All right, good job. Good job. Good job. Are there any unanimous consents? Chair hears none. It's time. Moving on to points of personal privilege. I recognize the chairman from Statesboro, Georgia, the best CPA in Bullitt County, is what I understand.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I rise to recognize and celebrate Executive Function Day at Georgia State Capitol. This momentous occasion marks the first time such recognition has been granted in both chambers of the Georgia General Assembly. Understanding the value and significance of teaching executive function, the cognitive and effective skills essential for students and learners of all ages to succeed in literacy, science, math, and everyday life. Recognizing Executive Function Day highlights the connection of a student's overall cognitive skills with their mental health and with their mental well-being. In a world where the demands of daily life continue to grow, nurturing and explicitly teaching executive function abilities is essential for helping students navigate challenges and pursue their lifelong goals effectively. I want to recognize today in the gallery and thank Suchata and Kamath, CEO and founder of EXQ and the nation's leading expert in the brain science of executive function. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Thank you. If y'all would, if everybody would please give her a hand applause, please. As I stated, she's in the gallery today, and I appreciate that. Thank y'all, and I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor today to recognize some good South Georgia folks that's here with us. If you will, City of Thomasville, will y'all please stand up there and let everybody see how good looking y'all are? And if you want good, thank you. Let's give them a hand. Everybody gets done with the Masters, they can head down to Thomasville to the Rose Parade and the Rose Festival. It'll be going on the end of April 25th and 26th, I believe. And if you want good food, good quail hunting, and good shopping in a historic downtown, then come to Thomasville. Thank y'all for being here.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a group of students here from the Rome City School System, a school that prepared my daughter well. One of my 3 children went there, and she's working on her PhD in physics thanks to their training, and they were pretty good training athletically for her as well. Dr. Eric Holland is the superintendent there, and his motto is, "I believe in you." And so what we've got here today is the Rome City School Student Advisory Council. That's a group of students in grades 7 through 12 who discuss how decisions are made at the school level affecting students. They amplify the student voice and equip students to take action by advocating for solutions. So this diverse group plays a vital role in shaping the educational experience for Rome City School students. They provide invaluable insights and feedback, and they've already had meetings with the Rome City Commissioners, the Rome Board of Education, and now they're down here with us. And if you guys would stand up, we'll recognize you being here today. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 28th. Do you want to do it from your chair, Senator? Or?
I want to go now. Hello. Thank you, Mr. President, senators. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on an issue that is deeply personal to me, autism. The autism spectrum disorder affects communication, behavior, and social interaction. It's estimated that 1 in 36 children in the United States has autism, with boys nearly 4 times more likely to be diagnosed than girls. Here in Georgia, approximately 1 in 40 8-year-old children have been identified as ASD. Early detection is crucial, as autism can sometimes be diagnosed as early as 18 months or by age 2 or 3. A reliable diagnosis can often be made. However, racial and ethnic disparities still exist when it comes to diagnosis and access to resources. The issue is personal because my grandson, Bryce James, has autism. 6 feet tall and is only 14 years old, and he is brilliant. But at age 7, he had not been diagnosed. He was nonverbal and he walked on his tippy toes like a ballerina. And once he was diagnosed and he started getting treatments, the young man now makes straight A's, and he has won so many medals with the Olympic, what is it, the one for disabled children. Children like Bryce have immense potential, yet they are often misjudged simply because they interact in the world differently. I'm proud to stand before you today to provide additional information on two critical pieces of legislation, Senate Bill 211 and House Bill 465, that came over from the House with unanimous votes in all the committee process that it went to, including on the floor. They aim to protect some of our most vulnerable citizens. SB 211 is the Autism Missing Person Alert System Act. It creates a statewide alert system designed to locate individuals with autism who go missing. And these children go missing from nursery school, they go missing from middle and high school. They just walk away, and often they don't notice that they're gone. They think they just didn't go to school that day. And we know that those on that spectrum face unique challenges, often being drawn to water sources like lakes and rivers. And many who have disappeared have been found in swimming pools, maybe even their own, that they swim in all the time when they're supervised, or they are never found. This bill ensures that law enforcement, the governor's office, and the community partners can act swiftly and prioritize searches in high-risk areas. I was extremely proud to author this bill, and I am hopeful that language from this bill can be included in future legislation. We must protect our state's children who have this disorder. And, you know, many people said that the Maddie's bill covered this, but it does not. I read the bill, I read the law, and it is for cognitive mental disorders like dementia and others. And it is not for autism, because autism is a developmental disorder. And it does not include that Maddie's law is for adults. And the children are the ones who are missing and never found here in the state of Georgia even. 211, the autism.
Senator, go ahead and wrap it up. You've passed your time here. So.
Okay, I'm trying to talk fast. I'm from the South, I'm sorry. Okay, let me just sum it up by saying that I hope that we can look at House Bill 465, because it builds on that effort of expanding the Maddie's Call. It is, and Maddie's Call does not include this group of children. My bill, the only difference in the one from the Senate is that I wanted to add a bracelet or band for those children so they could be diagnosed and not thrown into jail, get hurt if the police see them running or doing something. So thank you for listening to me. I hope that we can do something about autism in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are not safer when we silence dissent. We are not stronger when we deport voices of conscience. We are not America if we punish people for daring to speak their truth. Colleagues, I rise today because of what is happening in our country. To legal immigrants, to student activists, to people who dare to believe that America stood for freedom is nothing short of a national disgrace. Let me say this plainly. The Trump administration is using our immigration system as a weapon against political dissent. They are targeting green card holders, visa holders, international students, not because they've broken the law, but because they dared to speak up, because they marched, because they held signs, and because they believed in free speech. Let me ask you this. Since when did becoming an activist become grounds for deportation? Since when did holding a different opinion than Marco Rubio or Donald Trump mean that you don't belong in this country? And I'll tell you something personal that keeps me up at night. I've been out there too. I've organized protests. I've spoken out. I've challenged those in power loudly and publicly. And the only thing that's protecting me from being thrown in a detention center or being shipped off to Guantanamo Bay is the fact that I was born on this soil. My citizenship is the thin line standing between me and the same kind of retaliatory crackdown we are seeing right now. We've seen a Columbia graduate student stripped of his green card and threatened with deportation because he joined a protest. A Brown University professor, a doctor, detained and deported because of photos on her phone. A Georgetown researcher was detained without charges over his views and his wife's Palestinian heritage. A Turkish doctoral student was just locked up without charges. And these are not isolated mistakes, these are intentional messages. And the message is this: if you challenge us, we will come for you. That should terrify every single American. Because this isn't just about immigrants. This is about the erosion of our rights. This is about free speech, and this is about due process. And this is about the fact that the people this country once welcomed as neighbors, scholars, workers, and classmates are now being treated like enemies simply for caring for justice. If they can do it to a permanent resident today, they can do it to a citizen tomorrow. If they can arrest someone for carrying a protest sign, they can arrest you for wearing a t-shirt. This is not how a democracy behaves. This is how authoritarian regimes operate. Now, some of my colleagues will say, well, coming to America is a privilege, not a right. To them I say, being an American means nothing if we abandon the values that define us. Free speech is not a privilege, it is a right. Peaceful protest is not terrorism, it is patriotism. And being an activist doesn't make you a threat, it makes you courageous. Let me remind you, some of the greatest changes in our nation's history, civil rights, women's suffrage, labor protections, came from people who were told to sit down and shut up. And thank God they didn't. Because the moment we start punishing people for demanding better, we lose what makes America worth fighting for in the first place. To every student watching this, whether you're a student at UGA, Georgia State, Gwinnett Tech, or Georgia Tech, I see you, I support you, and I will not let this government bully you into silence. And to the Trump administration, if you think you can terrify our students into silence, if you think you can deport away dissent, you don't know a darn thing about the spirit of this country, because we were built by the bold. We were shaped by the brave, and we will not be broken by cowardice in a suit and tie. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the belt.
Recognize Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we have a lot of champions in the building today. Lots of groups here from all over our districts. I have one as well. Up in the gallery, I have a group of girls wrestlers that won state championships this year back in January. The team won in the duals and the traditional meet. They're joined today by our Superintendent Sharon Head, Deputy Superintendent Greg Trammell, coaches Scott DeGraff, Sean Mullins, and Jesse Askew. Two of the wrestlers, and I may get this name botched up a little bit, Greta Garbuzovas and Nora Garbuzovas, were individual state winners as well. Thank you, ladies, for visiting your state capitol today, and congratulations to your victories, and go do it some more, and go Indians. Y'all give these girls a big warm welcome to the Georgia Capitol.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 20th. Perry, Georgia's pride and joy, senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a former member of this body went to his heavenly home on March 23rd. Clarence Ed Barker. He was 90 years old. He served in this body from 1973, which is the year my father came into the House, until 1991. So he served while my father was here. He also served while the president's father was here. He had a lifetime of service, really fine man, and I know that when he came to the pearly gates, he was welcomed with a job well done, my good and faithful servant. So our heart goes out to his wife, Janet, and to his family. I want them to know that they are in our thoughts and prayers, and I would ask the Senate to please join me in a moment of silence to pray for the family and as they celebrate the life of Senator Ed Barker.
Please give the senator a moment. Senators ask that every member stand and remember one of our fallen colleagues.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Recognize Senator from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I am here to continue to sound the alarm about what is going on in Washington and how it's impacting Georgia directly. And no, I'm not talking about a signal chat or attack plans. I am talking about something much more important than that, especially for folks here in Georgia. I'm talking about health care. Yesterday, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services terminated $12 billion in grants to states and local health departments. These cuts could cost Georgia around $200 million. $200 million in funding for mental health services, for health care, and for the well-being of our community. And when you couple this $200 million with the many other cuts that we've seen, the impact to Georgia and its families continues to increase. But I want to warn you about something more specific than that. The administration stated that these grants were pandemic-era grants that were no longer needed. Well, colleagues, I can tell you what's next on the chopping block. Enhanced subsidies for health insurance, including health insurance that is on Georgia Access, a program that many of you in this chamber like to tout as a success because it insures 1.5 million Georgians. The vast majority of those Georgians that are insured under Georgia Access are using enhanced subsidies to pay for those health insurance premiums. If Congress does not renew enhanced subsidies for health insurance, it will make Georgia Access inaccessible. It will make Georgia Access meaningless because 93% of those people would not be able to afford health insurance on the program. And let me tell you what that means for us. That means an additional 1 million Georgians without health insurance. Whether you buy into the 500,000 Georgians that already do not have health insurance, or if you say it's less than that, you're going to add 1 million people to that uninsured bucket. Y'all, we have been in this situation before, and with 1 million people without health insurance, our healthcare system will break. With 1 million people uninsured, our healthcare system will break. We cannot be silenced on this. We have to speak out on it, but we also have to prepare for this disaster. And for those of you who are wondering why these cuts are being made, I'm going to repeat. It is being made for the $4 trillion tax cut for Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and his buddies. Tax cuts that the vast majority of Georgians won't see in their paycheck. This is wrong, it is unjust, it is unfair, and we have to stop it. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 26th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think many of us run for office to try to serve the folks in the state of Georgia and serve our districts. One of the most proudest things that I have done as an elected official is be able to go to department heads and departments when one of my constituents has a problem and they say, I've called, I can't get anybody to answer my call. And they have an advocate for them. Today, as I was at home last week, and my wife picked up the phone and showed me something. Now, the gentleman from the 21st, my warm and close and trusted friend. But we've had some hot arguments in this body. And sometimes I vehemently objected to what he does. But he's one out of Georgia. He's part of this body. And he's been selected to head up the United States Treasury. He's supposed to start sometime around May 1st. I want him not to forget from where he come from. That he served in a body that supposedly was able to try to help Georgians. And I want to tell him when he gets to Washington, when he calls me to hire me, I want him to tell them that I'm not a DEI. I'm qualified because I know how to count money. And see, if you don't know how to count money, you're in a world of trouble. You can't pay your bills. Folks calling you all day, all night long, telling you what you owe. And I just want to let him know that when you call me to serve with you, I'm not a DEI. I'm qualified, and that's what you need to tell them. Why? Because the senator from the 26th knows how to count that money. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you might not agree with him. I specifically don't agree with him on a lot of things. But he's been chosen. He will leave this body. And I just think it's appropriate that we as his colleagues, even though we don't agree with his politics, give him a round of applause for being chosen to go to D.C. and work in the new federal administration. So if y'all don't mind standing and just give him a clap, because he's from Georgia. Mr. President, he's absent. I don't know why, but you know he's absent a lot of times. I yield well.
Never a dull moment. Thank you, Senator from the 26th. Any other points of personal privilege? I don't think anybody wants to follow that one anyway, so. Senator from the 55th, you have a motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I ask that SR 473 be removed from the consent calendar of privileged resolutions.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 473 by Senator Mangum of the 55th and others, bill to mean a resolution honoring the Black Man Lab for dedication, empowering black men, enriching the community, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 3, 1.7, I ask unanimous consent that SR 473 be withdrawn from consideration.
Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion granted.
Thank you, sir.
Did I see the fiance of the senator from the 53rd back there in the back? Let's give her a round of applause, putting up with the senator from the 53rd. When is the wedding date? When is the wedding date? May 1st? May 3rd. You still got time, honey. You still got time. He way out kicked his coverage with you. No, we're glad to have you. And he's a good man. He's a good man. You have a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove the resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none, and resolution on the consent calendars are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Secretary, we have any objections?
Mr. President, Senator Jackson of the 41st, Parent of the 44th, and Wicks of the 34th have filed an objection to Senate Bill 350 pursuant to Senate Rule 4-2.8b, which is on the local consent calendar for today, and hereby requests that it be removed to the local contested calendar.
All right, so SB 350, we'll remove it from the consent calendar and we'll take it up separately. Is there objection to agree until the Board Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The Board Committee has agreed to. Questions on the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bills, the yeas are 52, nays are 0. This bill on the local consent calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, Secretary, read SB 350 and the amendment, please.
Senate Bill 350 by Senator Jackson, the 41st, and others. Bills being town act to amend an act providing for the compensation of certain county officers and officials of DeKalb County, approved March 31st, 1976, as amended so as to revise the compensation of certain judges, judicial officers, and county officers, to make conforming changes related to court names changed by general laws, provide for related matters, provide for effective dates, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Jackson, the 41st, offers the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 350 by replacing 75% on lines 25 and 26 with 80% by replacing 31.98432664131.9% on line 33 with 32% by replacing lines 47 through 50 with the following. A, the annual salary of the clerk of the State Court of DeKalb County shall be 90% of the annual salary received by the clerk of the Superior Court of DeKalb County and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can y'all hear me? Okay, this is a local bill for DeKalb County. We just needed to make an amendment to that bill, and that's why it's been pulled off. We're not actually contesting the heart of the bill. We just still very much believe in it. But we are making just a few corrections. One, our tax commissioner came in and asked that, just like everyone else is getting a COLA, that we would provide a COLA for the tax commissioner as well. So that's what you're seeing here reflected. Our Board of Commissioners asked for their salary to not be 31.98%, but to have just that round, easy, even number of 32%, which I do think is reasonable. And then we are giving some raises to our state court judges, magistrate judges, and probate judges. I will say everyone in DeKalb County, all of the judges involved in this are happy with this. The Superior Court judges have asked to not be a part of this bill because later on this year we will be hearing a bill that will impact their salary. So again, this is a local bill. We just needed to make an amendment to get it all really clean here. And I please ask your favorable consent on this amendment as well. Thank you.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. And the previous question is ordered. We have a questions on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 41st. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Hearing none, amendment number 1 is added. Is there objection to agreeing to the reporting committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The reporting committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Senator from the 20th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did this, I guess this came through the Senate SLOGO committee, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was it, can you tell us what the vote was out of the committee?
You know, as much as I like to retain all those votes in my head, I left that one off my memory block here. So, but I'm sure the senator right there from the 41st can enlighten me on that.
I'll ask her offline. Thank you.
Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Moving on to the rules calendar. Secretary Reed, House Bill 428.
House Bill 428 by Representative Franklin on the 160th and others, bill to be entitled and act to amend Chapter 1, Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding health so as to codify right to in vitro fertilization for individuals, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for legislative findings, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to House Bill 428, a bill to be entitled and act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding health so as to provide that nothing in Georgia law prohibits or prevents an individual from obtaining in vitro fertilization in the state, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for legislative findings, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
The Good Doctor from Savannah, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my privilege today to bring you House Bill 428. This was an announced Speaker's priority in early this year, and he chose a wonderful person and couple to carry this bill in the House. Representative Franklin is the epitome of why in vitro fertilization should be clarified and legal in the state of Georgia. This bill is a simple bill. It's just 2 pages, really just 1.5, and it clarifies the definition of in vitro fertilization. Then it goes on to state that there is no prohibition. It is by law in our state. It will be in our OCGA, and it serves a great purpose in that in vitro fertilization is something that many couples have to go through. Representative Franklin and his wife, let me just say that in Senate Health and Human Services, Representative Franklin shared his story, their story together of the challenges of having children. And they had spent multiple years, 14 years, praying about this, medicines, chemicals, hormones, etc., vitamins, and so forth, and had been unsuccessful. But now they have been successful through in vitro fertilization itself. And so they were a great couple to represent what in vitro fertilization does for our community. And she and he, they are pregnant and due June 3rd, and at the end of May we'll be delivering a baby through in vitro fertilization. So again, this bill clarifies, puts in code what is now being done and will continue to be done in the future. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
You do have one question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 14th. Oh, you want to speak to it? I'm sorry. You have no questions, Senator.
No, let me just say here, Lehman Franklin and Lori are here in the chamber with us, celebrating life and celebrating in vitro fertilization, and we just wanted to recognize them and thank them for being here. Thank you for carrying the bill, and with that, I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to support the bill. Fun fact about me, I myself am a donor-conceived person. The technology was new around the time that this happened for me in the late 80s, but it's been a long journey, and it's a really important realization for all of us to have when talking about this issue, that many of our families are affected by this, are uplifted by this, and people you walk around with or friends with every day might have an intimate connection to this process. Only other comment I want to make is I want to applaud the Senate version of this bill. I think it's very well tailored. It basically operates to prevent any other provision in the Georgia Code from being interpreted in a way that could limit access. So no criminal laws, no civil laws. It's just a protection against any other law being construed in a way to limit access. So I think it's well written. I think it does what it's intended to accomplish, and it's going to protect people like me and families like mine. So thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. We're going to stand at ease for lunch. It's about 12:15. I know the Pro Tem has lunch provided for you guys and ladies in the anteroom here. And so we're going to break, probably come back around 1:15, 1:30. So just stand at ease. The Senate will come back to order. Are we? Secretary read House Bill 86.
House Bill 86 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. The bill's being town and act to amend Code Section 45-7-4 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to annual salaries of certain state officials of cost of living adjustments so as to revise provisions related to calculating and setting the salaries of justices of the Supreme Court, judges of the Court of Appeals, the judge of the Georgia Statewide Business Court, and the judge of the Georgia State Tax Court to provide for effective dates to reveal related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Albers of 56 and others offer the following amendment. Number 1, to amend House Bill 86 by inserting after court on line 5 the following: to revise the compensation of certain other elected state officials by striking lines 13 through 16, inserting in lieu thereof the following, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to bring you House Bill 86. House Bill 86 is a product of a lot of work that has been done over the last several years to address judicial compensation across the state. This is part 2 of 3 bills. If you remember, last week we voted on a bill to raise the retirement age for Superior Court judges from 60 to 65. What this bill attempts to do now is set the pay for our appellate judges, which will be our Supreme Court judges, Court of Appeals, and Business Court, and it'll be set by the General Assembly. But what this does is it puts a cap on it, and what that cap is that for the Supreme Court of Georgia, we will not be allowed to apportion more than what a United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia gets paid. For the Court of Appeals, it's 99%, and for the statewide business court, it is 95%. With that, Mr. President, I'm happy to yield for any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Recognize the Senator from the 56 to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I commend the bill's author and the great work that has been done. In this bill, we'll be raising judicial salaries up, some to as much as $240,000, well deserved. However, our governor only makes $175,000. The mayor of our capital city, they just approved the raise, makes $237,000 or $36,000 a year, but the governor of the entire state only makes $175,000. That doesn't make good sense. So this simply sets the governor's salary at $250,000, which I believe is most appropriate, but then it falls in line with our constitutional officers and the Speaker of the House. So whether it be our Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, the Attorney General, the Insurance Commissioner, all those folks that are statewide elected, although I did not bring the PSC involved, would then be 80% of the governor's salary to have logic parity put into place with a percentage. It's simply that. It's a very small amount of money, but I think it actually will bring us up to where we need to be. If you look at all the constitutional officers and speakers, the Speaker of the House, they have staff making sometimes twice as much money as them. That really doesn't make good sense. So this is a very simple amendment, simply adjusting the governor's salary and making those at 80%, and I'm glad to yield for questions. Okay. Sure.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Always from my friend, the Rules Chairman.
Thank you, Public Safety Chairman. I'm just curious, we're giving Governor a decent raise, giving the Lieutenant Governor 4 times raise, doubling the salary of the commissioner, ag commissioner, almost doubling the salary of the attorney general, doubling the salary of the commissioner of insurance, and doubling the salary of the commissioner of labor and school superintendent and secretary of state. Have you had any conversations with any of these?
I've actually
if so,
talked
which ones?
Well, what you're saying, though, I believe what you're understanding in this bill and what is actual is different. The numbers you see in this bill, in other budgeting bills over the year, have actually added to each one of these salaries. So what you see here is actually not factual. A lot of them are getting $130,000, $140,000 a year or more. This was the base one that was set in the law, but over years, all these little things have been done to bring their salaries up. So what you're saying, I understand by the bill you would see that, but that's actually not actual, and I have talked to many, but not all, of the statewide elected officers about this, yes.
Would you further yield?
Certainly.
Which ones?
I don't want to call them out right now, but I will probably walk over there just so they don't get thrown under the bus later. How about that?
Would you further yield?
I would be glad to.
Why would you not want to call them out if you talk to them and they're good with it? Why would they not want to talk
because
about
I think sometimes people don't want to be accused of supporting their own pay raises.
They just want us to do it. Is that not true?
That would definitely be true, Mr. Chairman. I think that's been the way for us in either local legislation, for our local elected officials, and even right now for what we're passing for the judges.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 55th.
Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I ask you this question, and I'm going to ask it because I support the spirit of your bill. I think our governor is entitled to that and more, dealing with a $40 billion budget. However, has the discussion came up about senators and representatives who are not wealthy coming on this train for at least some percentage of whatever the distinguished leader of this state does in fact make, so that people are not just the wealthy in this place? Has that been a consideration?
Senator, thank you for bringing that up. I'm sure that that's something that each and every senator for themselves can decide to do at any given time, but this is laser focused on the folks that are working very diligently from the governor on down and the highest elected officials to make sure we're in some reasonable parity for what they're doing. Even with this raise, compared to the private marketplace, they would be woefully underpaid, but there's also a sacrifice when you serve in public office, and I'm okay with making that sacrifice like I'm sure they are, but I think this gets us to a more reasonable spot to be consistent with even the cities, counties, judgeships, district attorneys, and sheriffs that we already have as elected officials in the state.
Will the gentleman further yield?
Gladly.
Would you agree with me that the senators in this place and the representatives are entitled to at least 1/2 of what the governor does in fact is salaried?
Well, Senator, I would leave that up to each and every member to make up their mind on that one.
Would you think that at least 40% of whatever the governor makes, it should be what legislators are paid?
That would probably be a little bit too rich for my theory, but again, that's each and every person's decision to make and what they think that they're worth in serving as a Georgia State Senator.
Would the gentleman further yield?
I'd be glad to.
Would you agree with me that we cannot have an adequate staff with only $7,000 worth of expense money to serve in this distinguished and august body?
Well, Senator, I couldn't agree with you more. The amount set forth for staff that we have today, as well as the legislative accounts, are out of date. The last time our legislative accounts were adjusted were over 25 years ago, and the amount of staff we've had is consistent when Georgia had 1 million people, and now we have, by best estimation, slightly over 11. So I do think it's something we should look at, but we want to keep our government lean. We want to keep our government be most efficient, but I do believe, based on the number of people we represent, that we should have more help, because ultimately that helps our constituents. And I'd love to have more constituent services available to them as well.
Would the gentleman support an amendment to just have staff if the gentleman is not interested in supporting the actual increase of pay to legislators? Would the gentleman agree with doing an amendment that would only increase the amount of staff so that we could adequately do our jobs rather than not having staff to serve our districts?
I appreciate the offer. I do not believe that would fall into this code section. I think we'd have to do a separate bill, but I'd be glad to work with you on that.
The gentleman is very kind to even take the question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from 26.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly, for my good friend.
Senator, as we look at all of this that we have, who puts the work in to draw it up?
Who puts the work in, Senator? I think it's, it's first our constituents who work every day to support their families and pay taxes, and it's incumbent upon all of us that serve in different areas of government to provide them phenomenal customer service and a great place to live, work, play, and raise a family.
Senator Further Yield.
Certainly.
Senator, who draws the bill up and the amendment for these folks who are getting the increase?
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't understand your question.
I say, who draws the bills, sponsor the bills, put in the amendments for all these other folks?
You're right, Senator. It's us right here in the Georgia State Senate and House of Representatives.
So, Senator, wouldn't you agree that we as a whole need to look at the various compensation bills that we do in here? Need to consider those folks who get the bills drawn, get them sponsored, and work like HELL to get them passed.
I agree with you, Senator. We definitely need to look at that. Thank you so much.
Recognize the Senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly, for my good friend.
In keeping with the line of questioning from the senator from the 55th, would you support a future measure? But a humble pool boy, my seatmate, a humble farmer, maybe just eliminating our salaries altogether, and we could all just serve here on a voluntary basis?
Well, you know, Senator, I think that's for each and every one of us to decide. I, for most of my entire legislative career, donate my legislative salary to local charities, and I would encourage everyone who's able to do the exact same. Even gentlemen farmers and humble pool boys.
Recognize the Senator from the 24th.
Does it Senator Yield for a couple of questions?
Certainly.
Senator, isn't it true that every elected official, when they qualify to run for office, knows what they're going to get paid?
I believe that to be true. I hope so.
And isn't it true that have any of these, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the labor commissioner, ag commissioner, any of these statewide officers, has any of these come to a committee meeting to be asked to have a raise?
Well, I don't believe this was up in front of any committee. It's an amendment. What I learned is any salary bills have to be dropped in the first 10 days of the legislative session. So when we were working on this, we realized we were unable to do that. That's why we're doing it now. And also there is certain times to do this. We're going to have a bunch of folks in this room running for statewide office next year. And when they do, they're not going to want to vote for anything that would perceive them to be in a box. So it'll be 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years now before we're doing it again. And I think it's time that we stood up and said this is the right thing to do. because it's woefully out of date.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you. Does the senator yield?
Certainly for the minority whip.
Thank you. So I think you may have answered that question, but isn't it true that we typically do salary increases to be effective for the next election cycle, not during the time when people are seated in the position? Isn't that true?
Senator, I'm not sure that that's accurate. I think oftentimes we're changing salaries both on the local and state level on a regular basis. What we've just done is we've ignored these for a very long time, and I think that's the problem.
Senator, do you further yield?
Certainly.
Certainly, I agree. I mean, my name is on this amendment. I agree with the sentiment here. I think I am trying to express that there's some unreadiness in my own spirit about giving isn't it true that there's some unreadiness in my own spirit about giving a raise that would be effective July 2025 versus waiting until new folks are in office? Isn't it true?
Senator, you know what? I would understand exactly what you're saying, and if you want to put Amendment 1A to make that effective date, I would be happy to support it.
Recognize Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, do you yield?
Certainly.
I just wanted to let you know, isn't it true that I spoke with the author of the House bill on this, and he is not supportive. I'm wondering if you had the opportunity to discuss this with him, because in full transparency, his concern is that the judge pay for him is a priority, and he fears this may put the bill in jeopardy. And so I'm just wondering if that...
Senator, I don't doubt what you say. A couple of other folks told me that that person was actually okay with agreeing to it, so perhaps we're getting conflicting information.
Okay. Great. Do you know... well, that probably ends my questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just say before I sit down, we can find a reason each and every year to not do these things. But this is the right time and the right year to do this. I want to remind you again, the mayor of our capital city, which represents about 500,000 people, makes $236,000. The governor, who represents 11 million people, makes $61,000 less. Think about that for just a moment. That is just not right. We shouldn't have people be paid so far out of balance, even though knowing that in the private marketplace, without a doubt, they would get paid multiples more. I think this strikes a nice balance and gets us on the right path, tying it to a percentage in the future, and I ask for your favorable vote. Thank you.
Senator is yielded. Senator for the 43rd, would you like to speak? No. Okay. Senator from 6th.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Governor, if I'm considering running for governor, I'm also thinking about commissioner of ag. I would run for attorney general, but I don't have a law degree. But I'm also thinking about commissioner of insurance, commissioner of labor, and really commissioner of labor has most interest to me. Should I excuse myself from this vote?
I would think long and hard about it, Senator, if I was considering any of those things. Think long and hard about it. Senator from 56.
Parliamentary inquiry. Isn't it true that I would encourage anybody who's wanting to run for statewide office, they absolutely should either excuse themselves or walk away. That's why I'll be voting green.
There's no question that the senator from the 56 is a true public servant, you know. Any other senators wish to speak on for or against the measure? Chair hears none. All right. Is there objection to the previous question being in order? Chair hears none. We're going to take up the amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 56. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection. There is objection, so we'll put it on the board. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 23, and this amendment has been adopted. Senator from the 31st, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for reconsideration.
The senator has moved for reconsideration. The senator from the 31st is asked for reconsideration, and it is in order. So all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 26th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true those who have voted against the amendment don't have a problem with it because in the future they're going to see a little gratuity?
I didn't hear that first part, but I bet it was funny. On the motion to reconsider, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 31, and his motion has failed. So amendment number 1 has been adopted to the underlying bill. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 10. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. I will have to say, Senator from the 6th, to answer your question, there must not be as many people running statewide as we thought, you know. But I will tell you this, if this thing ends up being final passage, my appropriations chair, you will have my letter saying that I will be donating mine back to the general fund. And I would encourage anyone. Those things should be vetted better than that. Senator from the 6th, state your inquiry.
Mr. President, would it not be wise for all those running for these offices to do the same and follow your lead?
You know, probably the brightest thing I've heard the senator from the 6th say all year right there. Senator from the 20th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
What purpose do you rise?
In your letter to the appropriations chairman, is that going to be just donating the increase to the general fund or the entire salary?
Either or. Either or. But definitely whatever extra is there. Yeah, we go back.
Mr. President, if we tripled your pay, it wouldn't be enough.
I tell you what, whatever you give, I'll double it. How about that?
I think you're safe with that, Mr. President.
All right, moving on. Secretary read House Bill 164.
House Bill 164 by Representative Meeks, the 178th, and others. Bills between town and act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to dimensions and weight of vehicles and loads so as to repeal automatic repeal provisions related to an allowable variance for weight limitations upon a vehicle or load hauling certain commodities within a certain range in areas of the state, to provide for enforcement of such provisions by local law enforcement officers, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 164 is a bill that does one thing. It simply removes the sunset provision from law that was put into place 2 years ago when we passed House Bill 189. Besides that, I'll yield the well or take questions, Mr. President. Okay. All right, I yield the well. I urge your favorable consideration.
Senator from the 8th, you done? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen you go into the well that quick before. All right. Senator from the 51st.
Parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
I believe that's an example of taking care of business.
That's it. That's it. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 1. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 175.
House Bill 175 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others. Bills between town and act to amend Chapter 1A of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to early care and learning so as to revise provisions regarding employee comprehensive background checks for early care and education programs and Head Start programs, to provide for definitions, to provide for revocation and non-issuance of licenses and commissions for early care and education programs, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families recommends this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Patrick, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
This is background checks for daycare workers. Recognize Senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. My friends, I'm bringing you House Bill 75. This is a clinic bill sponsored by the Department of Early Care and Learning. It's DECAL conducts more than 70,000 criminal record checks annually to keep our children safe, and this bill will bring Georgia code into compliance with FBI regulations as far as those criminal background checks that they do through the FBI. So I just ask for your favorable consent, Mr. President. No questions. I will yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the Board of Committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The Board of Committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 196.
House Bill 196 by Representative Kelly, the 16th and others, bills being titled Act to amend Part 1, Article 1 of Chapter 18 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state employees' health insurance plan, so as to require that drugs dispensed to a covered person for self-administration under a state health plan be reimbursed using a transparent index-based price plus a dispensing fee to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor always following substitute to House Bill 196. Bills being titled an Act to amend Part 1, Article 1 of Chapter 18 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state employees' health insurance plans to require that drugs dispensed to a covered person for self-administration under a state health plan be reimbursed using a transparent index-based price plus a dispensing fee and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the distinguished Rules Chairman to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you HB 196. This puts our small town and small businesses of our independent pharmacists on par with our PBMs. I'll yield for questions. Good bill. It's a good bill.
You do have one question, Senator.
Bring it.
Recognize the senator from the 30th.
Does gentleman yield?
I yield from a good friend from Carroll County.
Can you read for me the lines on lines 28 through 35?
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I ran down here without the bill, but I got every other line up here.
All right. You got another question here, Senator.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Oh, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Reluctantly.
Well, that's good. Thank you. I have a bill, Senate Bill 91. You voted in favor of it earlier this year, dealt with a similar topic.
Good bill.
Could you tell me on your bill where I should insert this bill? Just tell me which line item, which line you'd like me to insert it on.
What bill you'd like SB 91 in?
If you'd like me to insert it into this bill, HB 196.
I don't want it in here.
Okay.
I'm good. This bill needs no amendments.
Okay.
We're keeping it clean. We passed this bill out of here at this chamber last year. It made it all the way to the governor's desk. He had a few issues. Those issues have been addressed.
Will the senator further yield?
For a clean bill.
Will the senator yield for one more question?
I will yield to my good friend from Vidalia.
If I was going to insert this bill, my bill, into your bill, what line would I insert it on?
But you're not going to insert that bill into my bill unless you want to hear from every independent pharmacist.
I know they love
in
Senate
the
Bill
country. They will track you down and hunt you.
All right, Senator. You can yield the well.
I was just getting started.
All right, y'all know what to do.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senator from the 13th, did you have a question, I guess? Do you want to speak to it? Okay, yeah. Senator from the 13th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, colleagues. I appreciate Senator number 6 bringing this bill. In rural Georgia, our pharmacists and our hometown pharmacies have issues that we have got to fix and help them survive. Please vote for this bill. Thank you for bringing this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the 19th, would you like to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator from the 6th, for bringing this bill. As you know, this body's already passed a version last year. The Senator from the 6th told you that it didn't make it all the way across the finish line to be final law. We also passed a very strong bill, Senate Bill 91, that doesn't look like we're going to be able to get it through on the House side this year. We're going to bring it up and talk about it more, hopefully in the coming years. That's why I would urge all of the folks in this chamber, if you can, let's stand strong for our independent pharmacists. I've had 2 in my area that had to close. We've seen the price disparities between those who were paid 1 PBM price at one level, and independent pharmacies were paid a much lower, same drug, much lower cost for theirs. This is a fairness issue. It's something that we should stand for, and if you want to fight for the little guy, stand with the Senator from the 6th, the ultimate little guy, and vote this bill out of this chamber. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well. For a question. I shouldn't have done that.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. You were on a roll. I don't know why you wanted to leave either. So, recognize Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Since I got a bill that's got to get through your committee, yes, sir.
Is it not true I'm the little man for the little man?
Yes, sir.
Would you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to this body what the word disparity means?
Disparity. Sorry. When you get south of the gnat line, we blend our syllables. I invite all of you to come south of the gnat line anytime you'd like to. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
You did have. Now, Senator from the 19th, you didn't tell me we were having problems with your bill over in the House. We might need to just shut everything down right now, today. Well, yeah. This might be the last House bill we need to pass for today. Then so. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitution. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 26th, what purpose you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, if that is the case on Senate bills being heard on the other side of the aisle, then don't you think it's time for us to have some guts and don't be scared and just adjourn?
Ooh, that sounds like a challenge if you live down where I live. So, recognize Senator from the 50th. What purpose you rise?
Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that 3 independent pharmacies in my district have had to close in the past few years, and a bill like this will help those that are remaining stay open?
No doubt. The senator knows what he speaks. On the passage of the bills, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 208.
House Bill 208 by Representative Smith of the 70th and others, bills being titled an act to amend Code Section 4-2-86 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to license plates promoting or supporting certain agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations with proceeds dispersed to the general fund and the agency fund or nonprofit corporation so as to establish a specialty license plate supporting the State Parks and Historic Sites Division of the Department of Natural Resources, to establish a specialty license plate promoting conservation and enhancement of black bass populations, to provide for compliance with constitutional requirements, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety offers the following substitute to House Bill 208, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 2, Title 40 of the OCGA related to prestige license plates and specialty license plates for certain persons and vehicles and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Anderson, the 43rd, and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Public Safety substitute to House Bill 208 by replacing line 8 with the following: Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, to establish a specialty license plate honoring alumni of Alabama State University, to establish a specialty license plate supporting the state parks, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the annual omnibus license plate bill. Let me remind each and every one of you that there are no state tax dollars that go along with it. The people are paying for the plates for which they are utilizing, and if some of the revenue is split, it goes to the following organization that has either posted the necessary bonding information or gone through the process of purchasing enough license plates. So if you're in support of disabled veterans, the Shepherd Center, Southern University, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, State Parks, then you will surely want to vote for this bill. And I also want to say that the amendment from the senator from the 43rd is also an excellent plate honoring Alabama State University alumni. And with that, I'll yield for questions or yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 43rd to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask that you support Amendment 1 as this is a bill that will help with scholarships for Georgia students who choose to attend Alabama State University, where the honeybees and the honey drips very deep. And if there are no questions, Mr. President, I'm asking for your favorable consideration.
You do have one question.
I have one
Senator.
question?
You got one
Okay,
question.
I'll take
Senator.
it.
Recognize the senator from the 48th.
Uh-oh, who is that? Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do, sir.
Senator, could you please explain the difference between Alabama State University and my alma mater, the great University of Alabama?
Of course, I'll be happy to. Well, the difference is that the University of Alabama is a Roll Tide university and located in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
The difference is, Senator, let me help you with this. The difference is we want students to go to Alabama State. We don't want anybody going to University of Alabama. So here in Georgia, you yield the well.
I thank you. And Alabama State University is an HBCU where the honeybees drip honey. Any other questions? Thank you. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question ordered. The questions on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 43rd. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. Main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. This takes 2/3 vote. Remind everyone. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 241.
House Bill 241 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th and others. Bills being titled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 13 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to general provisions regarding contracts so as to revise provisions regarding convenience fees for payment by electronic means derived from related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommends that this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 48th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 241. This is an earned wage access bill. It just gives some clarifying language to make sure that employees who opt into this program have the ability to understand when they're getting their wages direct deposited into their account, if it's going to be on a daily basis or a weekly basis, however they want to be able to do it, go to a debit card or go to their banking account. Happy to answer any questions. I think this has been well vetted. Representative Rose did a great job of it in the House, and just here to help get it across the finish line. Answer any questions.
You have no questions,
Thank
Senator.
you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 307.
House Bill 307 by Representative Ballard of the 147th and others. The bills being titled Act to amend Part 3, Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20 of the OCGA related to educational programs under the Equality Basic Education Act so as to include provisions for students significantly at risk of not achieving grade level reading proficiency or the characteristics of dyslexia to provide and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 307, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to education so as to include provisions for students significantly at risk of not achieving grade level reading proficiency and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so proud of the General Assembly for leading the charge on literacy and all the work that we have done over the last 2 years since the Literacy Council has been funded. But let me just read something in one of our local papers this morning. According to recent data, this is one of the counties I represent, only 33.2% of third graders in the county are reading at or above grade level. This marks a concerning decline from 2019 when 39% were reading on grade level. You know, what we're learning so much is there's so many issues about literacy. It's whether a child can see well, whether they hear well, whether they're dyslexic, or as the senator from the 18th addressed chronic absenteeism. And now, just this week, we addressed cell phones. Just want to bring that as an update. But colleagues, in 2023, we were very, very fortunate to pass Senate Bill 211, which created Georgia Council on Literacy. We also, in 2023, we passed House Bill 538, which created the Georgia Early Literacy Act. And if you remember what that Georgia Early Literacy Act was about, we brought phonics back to school. We brought back long vowels, short vowels, breaking words out, sounding them out. The Literacy Council has made great strides in helping students and our children to be reading on grade level. The science of reading is back. K through 3 are tested 3 times a year for their reading proficiency and dyslexia. We learned that 1 in 5 children experience some form of dyslexia. We didn't know that in the past. But this mandates that we also have, not only is the child identified as not proficient in reading, and also has dyslexia. This also mandates that there be an intervention program set in place to help that child get proficient. So what does this bill do? Well, it updates House Bill 538 for suggestions by the Literacy Council, the Sandra Deal Center, the House, and the Senate. It removes outdated language of programs that do not align with the science of reading standards. It prevents the 3Qing process that the senator from the 38 was so adamant about. And prevents that 3Qing process as a primary means of instruction. It adds dyslexia to the Georgia Early Literacy Act, as the senator from the 44th has been so adamant about. So now it's called the Georgia Early Literacy and Dyslexia Act. As I stated, 1 in 5 people experience some form of dyslexia. So 1 in 5 of our children. It creates the structure and composition of the Literacy Council Coordination Committee to ensure our coaches get quality and uniform training. And one of the most important things, it keeps the Literacy Council going. It extends the sunset date on Literacy Council from December 31 of 26 to December 31 of 30 to keep doing the great work that the Literacy Council and has been doing the last several years. In the House, this passed the House 166-0. It passed our Senate Committee 7-0. I would like for you to please vote green on this. Our state and our country survival is based on the students being able to read proficiently. Mr. President, I yield for any questions. Otherwise, I'll leave the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Recognize Senator from the 38th to speak to the measure. No, sir, you don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today is a great day for literacy and our students. I rise in support of House Bill 307 because I know that we face a literacy crisis in our state. I also know that if we don't keep pushing, we will continue to fail our students, and this bill keeps us moving forward. I want to commend Representative Ballard for her leadership on literacy in the House and the Senator from the 4th for his leadership here in the Senate. It's great to see that we are united in getting Georgia reading again. I'm happy to say that this bill will restrict 3Qing here in Georgia, a method of teaching that we have found to be counter to the science of reading. Our students deserve to be given the best tools to unlock the world of literacy, and that starts by making sure we aren't using outdated tools to solve modern problems. I'm proud to say that my bill, Senate Bill 93, will add this provision in House Bill 307 by ensuring that our teachers are continuously learning the best ways to teach our kids how to read. This bill also ensures kids do not fall through the cracks by ensuring we have the right tools to screen for dyslexia and ensure we address the needs of our students with dyslexia. I'm excited to vote for this bill and make sure that our students get the best quality reading instruction so that we can be the best state for literacy. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Recognize Senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you know, we have been working on childhood literacy in this body for a long time, and this is the right step in the right direction. And I would just say that this bill passed the House 166-0. Let us not be outdone by the House. Let us have all green in this room as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. I see a lot of House members in this chamber right now. A lot of House members. Secretary read House Bill 307.
House Bill 473 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 13 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to controlled substances so as to provide for certain provisions related to Schedule 1 controlled substances, to provide for certain provisions related to the definitions of dangerous drugs, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the first.
I am here discussing House Bill 473, right? And so this is the annual update relating to Schedule 1 drugs, which have no medicinal purpose, and dangerous drugs, which crazy criminals are always adding on, and we're keeping up with in the state of Georgia. And that's all it does. We've been doing this, we do this every year. Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, sir.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair has none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 484.
House Bill 44 by Representative Yurtseven of the 152nd and others. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 28 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the General Assembly so as to provide for the digitization and electronic publication of Georgia laws, to provide for assistance and oversight by the Georgia Code Revision Commission, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Habersham County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring you House Bill 484. This is an easy bill that honestly just addresses how we read and publish our laws now. Most people get our laws and the bills that we pass online anyway, and this just allows Legislative Council to not only to publish the laws in paper, but also electronically. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but it's a pretty simple bill.
You have no questions,
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the ball.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passes of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 2. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 551.
House Bill 551 by Representative Ridley of the 6th and others, a bill to entitle an act to amend Title 40 of the OCGA related to motor vehicles and traffic, so as to provide for conditions, procedures, and limitations for issuance of temporary operating permits for motor vehicles, to amend Code Section 43-47-8 of the OCGA related to license applications for used motor vehicle dealers and used motor vehicle dealer parts, prerequisites, license fees, renewal, training, or test, supplemental licenses, bonds, insurance, suspension, or for conviction or false statement, and meetings to amend Code Section 48-5C-1 of the OCGA related to alternative ad valorem tax on motor vehicles, provide for related matters, repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation offers the following substitute to House Bill 551, a bill to entitle an act to amend Title 40 of the OCGA related to motor vehicles and traffic, so as to provide for conditions, procedures, and limitations for issuance of temporary operating permits for motor vehicles and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator McLaurin of the 14th and others offer the following amendment. Number 1, to amend the Senate Committee on Transportation substitute to House Bill 551 by inserting between business and 2 on line 14 to amend Chapter 1 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to general provisions relative to property, so as to authorize the regulation of motor vehicle immobilization operators by the Department of Public Safety, to limit the immobilization of trespassing vehicles to jurisdictions that have authorized such activity by ordinance or resolution, to provide for fees, to provide for notice requirements, to provide for licenses, to remove authority, to impose a civil penalty, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 31st. Speak to the bill.
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 551 deals with dealer plates and temporary operating permits, also known as TOPS, not baseball cards, but license plates. This bill does a few things to solve some problems that have been going on with TOPS and plates. Number one, it gives the Department of Revenue greater oversight of new and used car dealers to ensure those dealers only using TOPS for legitimate transactions. It would allow the DOR to suspend a dealer's license if they are caught abusing their access to TOPS. And it would prohibit motor vehicle brokers from accessing the TOPS system and from receiving dealer plates. Finally, this bill increases the TAVT penalties for those who register vehicles in and out of state LLC to avoid paying a TAVT tax. There may be a friendly amendment rolling around this chamber somewhere. Take a very close look at it. And with that, Mr. President, I'm going to yield the well so we could talk about other things than TOPS.
The senator has yielded. All right, we do have an amendment, and it's been read. Recognize the senator from the 14th. Speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's my honor to be able to present this amendment number 1 to you. This is a bill about things that are temporarily attached to cars and the predatory environment that comes out of some of those temporarily attached things. For 3 years, I've been talking to many of you individually about booting of cars. This is a bill that would regulate, not ban, booting of cars. The 2 basic regulations are already in code. They are in the towing section. If you flip to page 3, I just want to show you the meat of this bill. Apart from putting it under the Department of Public Safety, starting at line 60, you see existing language in the code for towing companies. Those towing regulations are you can't sit around and monitor lots. Can you imagine if somebody could just wait for you to walk into a store and tow your car? Same thing with booting. That's where a lot of the predatory behavior comes from. And secondly, no kickbacks. Right now, booting companies are paying up to half their boot, half their fee to property owners as kickbacks, and that has caused a lot of predatory activity. Mr. President, I'm just grateful for an opportunity to present this amendment. Good legislation. I want to thank my colleagues for the support that you are providing. The Senator from the 56 has been instrumental in working with me on this issue, and happy to yield for any questions.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you. Does the senator yield?
I do, for the Senator from the 52nd.
You know, a few years ago, your seatmate had a booting bill, and I saw he had signed on this. Are you doing this on behalf of the senator of the 16th?
He is certainly a willing party in this legislation. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that just outside this Capitol, not too many years ago, during Firefighter Day, one of my fire chiefs were booted?
Correct. And part of that is because the booters do not exercise the amount of judgment that is appropriate. They cannot stand in as general agents of property. And so, yes, it is true that that happened.
And Senator, another question, isn't it true that there have been many, many TV stories, both local and national, as well as many write-ups and publications about the challenges that we are not addressing here in Georgia on this issue?
That's correct. And I have to say that public safety is actually the reason why a lot of states and cities restrict it nationwide, because it wastes 911 resources. We could go on and on. I will say the House sponsors are not only okay with this amendment, they welcome it. They see this as our opportunity, really our one shot for probably a few years to get a reasonable basic regulation done. Representative really couldn't be here, but I invited him and I was going to point to him in the back of the room. I would really appreciate your favorable consideration on both the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
The senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. So the question's on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 14th. Is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. Main question is ordered. Senator from the 31st, what purpose you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true? It appears that maybe that's the senator from the 14th's first anything maybe he's passed in this chamber or adopted.
Hadn't voted yet, Senator.
He's praying over there.
Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 33rd, for what purpose do you rise?
Isn't it true that the senator from the 46 has been booted?
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 579.
House Bill 579 by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the OCGA related to professions and businesses so as to provide professions related to licensure to engage in the practice of a profession, business, or trade in the state, to amend Title 49 of the OCGA related to social services so as to conform to cross-reference, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the distinguished insurance chair.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I know y'all are shocked, but I'm bringing you a occupational licensing bill today, House Bill 579. I've been on a mission, personal mission, to try to streamline our occupational licensing system because I think it creates unnecessary barriers to work for our citizens. And like many of you, probably in the top 3 constituent issues I get called about from Senate District 20, and I'm sure you have the same experience: frustration and difficulty with occupational licensing. The state of Georgia, at the beginning of 2025, there were over 550,000 active professional licenses under the Professional Licensing Division. We have whopping 42 boards and 186 licensed professions under the Secretary of State's office, and it's just been problematic for all of us for quite some time. You might remember I brought a cosmetology bill a year or 2 ago, and I've been teased a lot about that, about my hair and who's doing my hair and all this kind of stuff. but you were good enough to support that. So this is, there was a state of Georgia Supreme Court case in 2023 where the Supreme Court of Georgia determined that the ability for the state to regulate these professions, unless it had to do with public safety and health and financial well-being of our constituents, was unconstitutional. So that encouraged me to continue on this path even further. And we've gotten a lot of interest from our colleagues in the House on this issue, and a lot of you all are interested in it. And so the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker established a joint blue ribbon commission to come up with solutions for this. And we met, I was appointed to the commission. The senator from the 19th chaired it for us on the Senate side, but also in the Senate we had the senator from the 51st and the senator from the 2nd. We met 4 times over the interim from June to October of 2024, met in Macon, Statesboro, and Atlanta. We heard 12 hours of testimony from the public on this. We had 30 citizens comment. We had eight agencies comment and 7 licensing boards comment. And all of that work is put together into this House Bill 579. And I want to thank my House colleagues for working so hard on this. The chairman of the House Appropriations Committee chaired it for their side, but the majority leader was on there, and Chairman Wiedauer and Chairman Prince were on there. We've had a lot of help from the governor's office on this. Amy Dorman in the governor's office. The Secretary of State's office has been extremely involved and helpful. Maggie Hasty's done a tremendous job. David Hartman from the House Policy area has helped us. Brad Vaughn here with the Lieutenant Governor's staff. And then I want to give a shout out to the Legislative Council that has worked tirelessly on these licensing issues with us, Sean Marie Story and Nick Tate. I also want to thank the chairman of the Senate Regulated Industries Committee. He's been very helpful to me on this, the senator from the 46th. But House Bill 579 takes our current process of where the boards that generally meet quarterly have to get very involved, review all the applications. It really bogs down the process. It flips the paradigm to where it allows the staff of the professional licensing division to approve licenses if all the criteria are met. And this was really the idea of the senator from the 19th to set it up this way. I think it's going to be one of the most significant pieces of legislation I've been involved with. If you all are to pass it, I think it's going to really help our businesses and our constituents be able to stay at work and get to work. And I think it's a really good measure. I'm very proud of it. The meat of the bill really is in section 1-3 at lines 167 through lines 183, where it authorizes the ability of the staff to issue a new license or a renewal or a reinstatement upon determining that an application furnishes evidence that the applicant has achieved or satisfied all the qualifications, attainments, and other conditions required for the issuance, renewal, reinstatement. So it gives them the authority to, if all the boxes are checked, to go ahead and make a decision and issue the license. If there is an inability of the staff to determine that, they would then send the application to the board for review. And then if there's a violation or a complaint, that's where the board would review that. So the board still has a very important role, but they aren't dealing with the really administrative role of issuing licenses. The last part of the bill that I think is real significant too is lines 236 through 240 in section 1-6. It codifies that Supreme Court ruling that notwithstanding any provision, blah, 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 the power of each professional license board to promulgate rules and so on and so forth, unless they are designed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public regarding that particular profession, business, or trade. So I'm really proud of what we were able to put together, and I ask for your favorable consideration. If there are any questions, I'm happy to yield, Mr. President.
You do have one question, Senator.
Thank you very much.
You do have one question, Senator. Yeah, you do. I'm sorry.
If it's not about my hair, I'm happy to
The senator
yield
from,
for questions.
the senator from the 29th.
Does the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I'd like to start out by saying that may be the longest testimony you've given in the last 4 years. And it was, even though it was spellbinding, out of all of this research that this committee did you determine if you had to have a license in the state of Georgia to be a professional wrestler?
I think you do, Mr. Chairman. I do believe you do, but we didn't really drill down to that level of detail. We didn't have a professional wrestler come testify or anything.
So would your answer be you do not know?
I think you do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from the 19th, would you like to speak to the bill? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine.
On the list, though. You gotta figure out who's on the list. I know. Who should we put on there? We can't. Hey, I don't want to keep people here, man.
Oh, we gotta do some special actions after this.
Oh, before the special actions? Okay, maybe. Okay.
Be thinking about it.
I'll be thinking about it.
Senator from the 20th, you have a parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry,
States-
Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that I want to thank you for your leadership on this, Mr. President? We couldn't have got it done without you and part of your red tape rollback.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're a good man, Senator. I don't care what Blake Tillery says about you. You're a good man. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. That is a good bill, though, Senator from the 20th. I don't say that about many of them. Secretary read SR 292.
Senate Resolution 292 by Senator Cowser, Bill 46 and others, a resolution authorizing the Senate Special Committee on Investigations to investigate additional matters, to authorize the use of compulsory process to secure the attendance of witnesses or the production of documents and materials related to such additional matters and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'm happy to present today Senate Resolution 292. This expands the authority of the Special Senate Investigations Committee to include looks into nonprofit advocacy groups that are violating campaign finance laws. We have developed somewhat of a problem these days with dark money in politics, with secret money being used to fund campaigns. The whole purpose of our campaign finance laws are to put sunshine on the issues, let us know who is making contributions to which candidates and which causes. These non-profit organizations, 401c3 organizations, can receive anonymous contributions, and they are not to engage in campaign activities. Recently, there was, this January, as a matter of fact, there was a consent order entered into with the New Georgia Project and the New Georgia Action Fund, where they admitted 16 violations of campaign finance laws, and that they had raised $4.2 million in donations and given $3.2 million in their dark money to different statewide campaigns, also used for mailings, used for social media engagement, field offices, canvassing activities, a number of things that were campaign related. So they entered into a consent order where they agreed they had violated these campaign laws, paid a $300,000 fine. We also learned recently of a $2 billion grant from the federal government to another nonprofit advocacy type organization that was required to spend the money within 21 days, and we really don't have any reporting or idea where that money went. What this bill is going to do is let us investigate these type of activities and see what type of amendments or changes or new campaign finance laws or ethics laws we might need to kind of create more transparency and prohibit this illegal use of dark money in our campaigns. So I would ask for you to support this as we continue our investigation of those type of organizations in an attempt to pass good, sound legislation to keep the dark money out of our political campaigns. Mr. President, with that, I'll yield the well unless there are any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
All right, thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 35th. Speak to the bill.
Colleagues, I rise in opposition to Senate Resolution 292, and I'll be honest, when I read bills like this, all I can do is shake my head, because this is a glaring example of hypocrisy in this building. Do as I say, not as I do. I hear in this chamber that we don't want this capital, this state capital, to be like Washington, D.C. That's what I've been told several times. Yet there have been several bills come through this chamber that do the exact opposite. And it's been clear to me, based on these bills, including SR 292, that y'all very much want to be more like Washington, D.C., instead of addressing the issues that are impacting hardworking Georgians across this state. You see, in Washington, D.C., they spend a lot of time investigating political opponents while wasting taxpayer dollars without providing any benefit to the American people. But for those politicians in D.C., it does get them headlines, it does get them media coverage. This bill is no different. We have already spent precious time investigating people for headlines and clicks, all while providing taxpayers with little benefit. They didn't send us here for this. Georgians sent us here to keep and grow money in their pockets and to tackle the issues that are facing them each and every day, whether it's education, healthcare, housing, and supporting their small businesses. This bill doesn't do any of that, and the hardworking people of this state deserve better. And while I understand the talk about campaign finance and ethics reform, the reality is that no investigation is needed for that. We are clear on what needs to be fixed. We have ideas and bills on how we can address our campaign finance laws. Let's talk about those. Y'all, this sets a dangerous precedent. Not only with this resolution, but the resolution that passed this chamber a year ago. Because in 5, 10 years, when the majority party looks a little different, those leaders are going to be able to point to the people in this chamber as the trendsetters for investigating political figures. Colleagues, I'll conclude with this. If this body were serious about investigating issues and helping Georgians, there are plenty of things you'd be investigating instead of this issue. We would be investigating why we've spent as a state nearly $100 million to cover 6,500 people in a failed pathways program. If you were serious, you'd be investigating the insurance companies and join the state of Florida looking into premium increases and profits. If you were serious, you'd look into how this state and its counties have spent nearly $500 million on a voting system that y'all have worked so hard to dismantle. Or maybe you'd look into a broken and corrupt prison system that leaves those who are incarcerated worse off by the time they are done serving their time. Y'all, Georgia has many, many issues, and our people expect us to be serious about tackling those issues. But with the passage of this bill, it doesn't appear that we are that serious at all. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 33, the nays are 21. The resolution have received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. We're going to do a few special actions, and the Secretary is going to get ready, and then we're going to do a few special actions. So sit tight for a second. Recognize the senator from the 13th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 13.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23, Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority so as to authorize the authority to finance and perform certain duties in connection with projects relating to natural gas facilities and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 13, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23, Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority so as to authorize the authority to finance and perform certain duties in connection with projects relating to natural gas facilities and conversion of electrical lines, to revise definitions, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for limited liability, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 53rd, for what purpose you rise?
Point of order, Mr. President. To my understanding, maybe a few senators have a copy of what this substitute looks like, but there's no copy in the back row.
It's in the back of your book, Senator. You got it. Come on, Senator from the 13th. Recognize Senator from the 13th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I appreciate the question back there, 56. Senate Bill 13, we voted on it. It's a bill to allow GEFA, the Georgia Environmental and Finance Authority, to make low-interest loans to communities. And what the bill was designed for was to increase the natural gas line out of Albany, Georgia, over to Douglas, which is Coffee County. And in the House, they added to also include take the power lines from overhead to make them underground if necessary because of all the storms and issues we've had. That was on that was added. Changing, adding power lines could go underground to get low-interest loans. And that's it.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I ask you all to please vote for this bill. It's important to South Georgia. Thank you.
You recognize Senator from the 19th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator the 13th, and the work he's done on this measure. It actually came out of something we did in the budget years ago. You see, we've done a great job of making sure that we have electrical resources available for all of our communities. We've also done a really good job of making sure we had water resources available for all of our communities across the state. But what we're seeing now is because of our economic success, the next barrier is natural gas. And we have various ways that we try to solve that. AGL does it for many, many communities, but some communities have gone out on their own. They don't have access to the Universal Service Fund. They just want to have the ability to borrow and pay back at an interest rate that's reasonable, the ability to control their own destiny as it relates to natural gas. The reason this matters even more is we've actually seen that if we can cause some competition in the pipeline market, we can drive down costs. And that's what we really need to do if we're going to be able to expand gas pipeline accessibility, gas resources. It doesn't matter if you're in Northwest Georgia, you've got this issue. Extreme Southeast Georgia's got this issue. Southwest and South Central Georgia have this issue. And it's a one that I hope, thanks to the Senator from the 13th, we're going to be able to resolve. So, Senator from the 13th, thank you for your help, and urge all our colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Mr. President, I yield the will.
I do have one question. Recognize Senator from the 20th.
Senator, do you mind to yield?
Yes, sir.
I could probably ask you when you get back to your seat, but is adding the ability to borrow the money to put electrical lines underground, is that going to usurp funding for natural gas? I mean, is there a limited pot of money? And
there will be a limited pot of money or whatever we are able to fund at GEFA. But, you know, you work with your colleagues across the hall, and if that's what it takes to get this bill passed, I think expanding natural gas is that important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Senator's yielded. Senator from the 36th, did you have a question? Do you want to speak to the bill?
I simply had an inquiry about competition between gas lines. I'll talk to the author.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator 13th has made the motion. Senator from the 13th, you don't want to close, do you? Obviously not. All those in favor of the motion to agree on Senate substitute for SB 13 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary unlock the machine. Senator from the 49th, you're on deck. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Senator from the 14th, what purpose do you rise?
I move or ask unanimous consent that the senators from the 41st and the 7th be excused for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, senators from the 41st and the 7th are excused. Recognize the senator from the 49th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 96.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 96 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others. Bills being titled an act to amend various titles of the OCGA so as to modernize and update provisions creating certain boards, panels, authorities, centers, commissions, committees, councils, task forces, and other such bodies to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 96, a bill to be entitled an act to amend various titles of the OCGA so as to modernize and update provisions creating certain boards, panels, authorities, centers, commissions, committees, councils, task forces, and other such bodies, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize senator from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I don't know if y'all remember, I had a bill a couple weeks ago cleaning up some state boards. There was a couple changes made over in the House. The first one, it's in the Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training Council that there will be a volunteer firefighter on that training council. That is, I can't remember what section that one's in, but Section 8 has to do with the Georgia Council on Lupus Education and Awareness. That's going to be moved administratively to the Department of Public Health, where it's going to be most efficient. So I would ask for your favorable vote on those two changes. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 96. All those in favor of that motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. the agrees. The yeas are 51, the nays are 0. So this recognize the senator from the 50th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 153.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 153 by Senator Hatchett, the 50th, and others. Bills being titled an act to amend the official code of Georgia annotated so as to revise, modernize, correct errors or omissions in, and reenact the statutory portion of said code as amended in furtherance of the work of the Code Revision Commission and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 153, a bill to be entitled an act to amend the official code of Georgia annotated so as to revise, modernize, correct errors or omissions in, and reenact the statutory portion of said code as amended in furtherance of the work of the Code Revision Commission and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize senator from the 50th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 153 is the annual cleanup bill for the official code of Georgia annotated. This just fixes any errors, omissions, punctuations that are found in the code, and I just ask for favorable consideration. That, Mr. President, I'll yield the will. Thank you.
Have no questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from 33rd.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 42nd for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 42nd is excused. Any other senator wish to speak on Senate Bill 153? Hearing none. The senator from the 50th has agreed that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 153. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 50, the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 252.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 252 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Bills being titled an act to amend Chapter 37 to Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the acquisition and disposition of real personal property generally, so as to provide for the conveyance of municipal property interests to independent school systems, provide for municipal replacement of such conveyed property, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 252, a bill to be titled an act to amend Chapter 37, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the acquisition and disposition of real and personal property generally, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you. Colleagues, you'll recall that we had a bill that related specifically to the City of Atlanta and its school system, APS. The changes that were made in the House that would allow the city to transfer in a no-loss land swap a piece of property to the school district. The only change that was made in the House clarifies that these kinds of transfers will happen for educational purposes only, and that they must not they must not have any land loss to the city. So that's it. Thank you. I yield.
You do have one question,
I do
but
have
you're
a
welcome
question.
to yield at any time, Senator.
Okay.
Recognize the Senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I do.
Is it my understanding, and I hope it's your understanding, that we're all supposed to be equal in this state, right?
Yes.
So why is it that you're being treated unequally and you have to bring this legislation the way you do?
Fair question. So decades ago, we put into the code that any municipality with a population of 300,000 or more could not actually do these kinds of transfers. And since the city of Atlanta is the only city in our state with a population of 300,000 or more, we had to do this as a general bill.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. This was a bill that passed unanimously when it came out of here. I appreciate your favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Congress lady. Senator. Senator. All right. All those in favor of the senator's motion to agree to the House substitute on 252 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 54th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If the senator from the 39th is, would that not make you the speaker if she's Congresswoman?
It's a very good question, Senator. Very good question. Recognize Senator from the 19th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
How much does a speaker get paid?
I don't know. These public service jobs, I don't ever look at what they get paid, Any other smart aleck remarks? On the passage of the motion to agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 252, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, March 28th.
Secretary, read the announcements.
Mr. President, the Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in room 450 in the Capitol. The Education and Youth Committee will meet upon the adjournment of the Rules Committee in room 450 in the Capitol. The Judiciary Committee will meet upon the adjournment of the Education and Youth Committee in room 307 in the CLOB. The Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee will meet upon the adjournment of the Judiciary Committee in room 450 in the Capitol. And the Ethics Committee will meet upon the adjournment of the Senate Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee in room 307 in the CLOB. The State, Local, and Government Operations Committee meeting has been canceled, and the Insurance and Labor Committee meeting has been canceled. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Does any other senator have any other announcements? Recognize Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's been a long day, but Monday, let's celebrate a little bit and have Jeans Day on Monday. So bring your freshly, crisply pressed blue jeans, and we'll wear those on Monday. That'll be the last time we'll do and celebrate that for this session. Thanks.
Recognize Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, you've probably seen the increased traffic around the Capitol due to construction. I know there was an event today, and GDOT has worked with the Atlanta Department of Transportation, and for the remainder of session, they're going to have APD out helping direct traffic to ensure that our constituents are able to get to the Capitol in a timely manner. So if you see GDOT or Atlanta DOT, please tell them thank you for accommodating us in the next few weeks. As, we want to make sure everybody can get here on time so they can observe the good work that we do, and it's nice if we show up on time for work as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 34th.
Good evening, afternoon, everyone. I am reading this for the senator from the 28th. Women wear your crown. It's a tea party at the Capitol. Come and make sure you bring your best summer outfit and your favorite hat. Thank you. No, this is for tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Any other announcements? All right, well, y'all please remember, those who have committee meetings this afternoon, please make sure you go so we can have a quorum. So, all right, the majority leader has moved that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. We're adjourned. Have a good evening.